The HCC Board of Trustees meetings will begin at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please check back then. The HCC Board of Production meetings will be at 2 o'clock, Board of Trustees meetings, that is, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please check back then.
everyone. Hello and Happy New Year to everyone. We are ecstatic to be able to begin another year and look forward to continuing to deliver high-quality education and training, ensuring success for all our students, our community, economy, and beyond. The meeting of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee for January 12, 2022 will now come to order at
2:04 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The members of the Academic and Student Affairs Committees are Trustee myself, Eva Laredo, Committee Chair, Trustee Robert Glazier, and Dr. Cynthia Lantangere, and we have with us Ms. Monica Richard joining us, and everyone else. Welcome. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen forms 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Our topics, we have 3 topics for discussion, and they're all reports, so we will start with item A, Engineering Pathways Update Report. This is also a report. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is a report on our engineering academies. As the board knows, as far back as 2010, the economists forecast a demand of engineers to be continually increasing as engineers were aging out and retiring from the workforce, resulting in a significant shortage. In response, 4-year universities began to explore options to grow engineering graduates, and HCC was right in the mix of that. In 2012, we started some engineering classes and have since developed several engineering academies, partnerships with UT Tyler, with Texas A&M, and University of Houston. Those are expanded throughout the system now and are led by the Center of Excellence in Engineering by Dean John Vaselli, who works over at the offices at the Northwest College campus. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Hodges and Dean Vaselli to make the presentation.
Good to be here. Thank you, Trustee Laredo, board members, Chancellor. Universities used to think they were the only ones that could teach engineering, and they were very protective of that. We have, I've been president a long time, and, for many, many years, it was almost impossible for us to create partnerships with them in engineering. They just didn't think we were up to the task. Well, I'm here to tell you that Houston Community College is leading the way as far as community college partnerships with universities, and they're coming to us. And I really do believe it's a reflection of our Center of Excellence, the quality of our faculty, and again, we're proving that we can create the access and opportunity that the universities want with more diverse students, and give them students that can perform at an equal to or a higher level. So, and this is the top, I don't know of anybody else in the country that's doing engineering with universities like we are. So the way I would say that is that we're the top community college engineering program in the country. And I'd love somebody to try to disprove that. So I want to introduce John Vaselli, who's really led the way and had done a great job to talk about our successes and give you some really, I think, insightful background about this program. And then we'd be happy to follow up in any way possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year. Thank you for inviting us to talk to you about our engineering program. We're very proud of it, and hopefully some of the numbers we'll show you engineers like numbers, so we'll show you some numbers. Next slide, please. I thought I'd start with a little bit of history, as we have some new folks on the board. As Dr. Maldonado said, we actually began seriously looking at engineering in 2012 as a result of some studies that were started in 2010. And at that time, the demographics showed that at the current rate of graduation for engineering students, no, back up please. At the current rate of graduation for students, we were only graduating half the number of engineers that were going to be retiring. And so that was going to create a significant shortage. We created our partnership, first partnership with UT Tyler in 2012 and they've established a presence on our A-Leaf campus. Today you can get an entire 4-year engineering degree in our one building because of that partnership with UT Tyler. The students spend the first 2 years with us and then they do their junior and senior year. All those classes are offered on our A-Leaf campus. In 2015, the Engineering Center of Excellence was formally created, and also in 2015, our second partnership with the Texas A&M University and their Chevron Academy program was established, and that was located on is located on our Spring Branch campus. And then in fall of 2020, we created a new partnership with the University of Houston, U of H, HCC Engineering Academy, and then a year later, in fall of 2021, a second location for that academy created on the east side of town on our Fraga campus, in recognition of the fact that a lot of our students work during the day, and you know, if they've got to drive an hour and a half in traffic to get to the west side, it was just prohibitive. So, you know, we decided a long time ago that you know, we were a district-wide program and that we needed to have a strong presence on the east side as well as on the west side. Back in 2012, when we first started, we had 48 students that were declared engineering majors. Today we have over 2,000. So you can see how that program has absolutely snowballed, and I attribute that to a great extent to the partnerships that we have created. And we offer our engineering classes, the HCC engineering classes, on the 8 major campuses across the district. This next slide shows you some of our demographic information. And what I've highlighted in red are those metrics that have been negatively affected by COVID. You can see that we had a 13% drop in full-time students, you know, a significant drop in enrollment last year because of COVID in terms of head count. That's picking up. Our spring numbers are starting to look like they have in the past. And we also saw a decline in the number of female students that are in our engineering program. You can see the ethnicity distribution. It's pretty much reflective of the demographics of the greater Houston area. And you can also see what and maybe this is a positive thing, what the impact of Pell has been. We saw an increase in students receiving Pell because of COVID as well. We're happy about our gender percentage break. You can see our first generation students, 34%, a third of our students are first generation, first to go to college. And then you can see the age distribution as well. Next slide, please. These are our 4 major pathways. 2 of them are officially academies. One is the UT Tyler partnership, and the 4th one is our own Associate of Science and Engineering Science program. Those 2 academies, the U of H Academy and the A&M Academy, save students a considerable amount of money. For the students in the U of H Academy, they save between $25,000 and $30,000. The average cost for a 4-year degree is, you know, on the order of $100,000. If you're going to A&M, an in-state school, tuition in round numbers is about $10,000 a year. Room and board, if you're living there on campus, is $10,000 to $15,000 a year. And so the students that are spending the first 2 years of their 4-year engineering degree here at HCC are saving a considerable amount of money both in tuition, simply because our credit hour cost is about 1/4 of a credit hour course. And so the way these academies work is the student is taking the engineering courses of the upper division partner, but all the other courses are HCC courses. They also then save the cost of room and board, because they're only going to be spending, in the case of A&M, their junior and senior year on College Station. In the case of U of H, they can either complete their degree on the main campus or for some of the disciplines on their new Katy campus. The other real advantage to the academies is historically, if a student applies as a direct transfer, in other words, they would take courses at HCC or San Jac or at Lone Star, and then apply directly as a transfer student. Historically, they needed a 3.5 GPA or higher to be able to be accepted in as a transfer student. But in the academies, because they will have taken 5 or 6 of the engineering courses of the upper division partner, the students are allowed to transition. We call it transition because they're co-enrolled from day one. So they've got an A&M ID card and an ACC ID card, or a U of H ID card and an ACC ID card from starting their freshman year. When they transition, they can transition with a 2.5 GPA or higher. And the rationale of the upper division partner is, well, they've already taken 5 or 6 of our engineering courses. We have far more confidence that they can be successful in their junior and senior year. If you look at the attrition rates in engineering programs across the country, you lose most of the students in their first and second year. The calculus, the physics, I mean, these are hard courses. And then our UT Tyler program I already mentioned. What's really amazing about that is UT Tyler will accept our entire Associate of Science and Engineering Science degree. So all 60 credit hours transfer into the UT Tyler engineering program, and they start as a true junior. If they are an in-state, in-district student, total tuition for 4 years, 2 years with us and 2 years with them, is under $25,000. That is the least expensive engineering degree in the country. Our Associate of Science and Engineering Science program is also booming. We have most of those 2,000 students are enrolled in our engineering programs, our engineering courses, and we can custom tailor that. So when a student comes in and says, well, I want to complete my degree at Texas Tech in mechanical engineering, the advisors can then say, okay, these are the HCC courses that will transfer for credit, to that particular university. And so our associate's degree is set up that you can plug in different technical electives depending upon which courses the upper division completion, what the goal of the student is. Next slide, please. Here's where we're at. We offer all of our engineering courses every semester on our Alief campus and on our Froggen campus. And then we also offer a subset of our courses on other campuses across the district. We offer our Introduction to Engineering class at all these because it's kind of a gateway course. We want students that say, gee, I think I may be interested in engineering. They can take that course. They get a sense of the different kinds of engineering. They get a taste of kind of the difficulties in the math and the science and everything else. And then, depending upon demand, we will offer the next course in the sequence on those locations. So we offer almost all of our courses now at Stafford. That's another big location, and we're going to be locating an office there to support the faculty and advising and things there. So all these locations are continuing to grow. We'll probably add in the future more locations to grow a little bit more on the southeast side. But again, we offer our courses based upon demand, and if we can get a course to make, we'll offer it there. Next slide, please. This is the slide that I was most surprised that we gathered a bunch of data in preparation for this presentation. Since 2012, and actually the first graduates were 2015. The first graduates that started with the UT Tyler program completed. The first graduation class was in 2015. So since 2015, more than 2,000 HCC students have successfully completed a 4-year engineering degree at one of our university partners. If you think back to the opening comments about the shortfall in the number of engineers, that's 2,000 more engineers that we probably would not have had, right? And then this shows you the breakout. Most of them to date, just because the UT Tyler program has been with us since 2012, a very large number from UT Tyler. We'll have a growing number from Texas A&M. Our cohorts are now starting, our freshman cohorts. Last year was 100 students, about 103 students. And so they have the option to either transition after 1 year in our academy or after 2 years. About half those students will transition after 1 year. Those are students that financially can afford the room and board and probably had applied to the main campus and for whatever reason didn't make the cut. And then so the academies was another pathway for them to get back on track. And so we have about 50 students. Last year, about half the students transitioned after only 1 year. We're looking at maybe 150 in the freshman class this year. So in round numbers, we'll have 200 students in that A&M Academy. And we anticipate that the U of H Academy, which only had its first year last year, will grow very rapidly. And so we think that we'll probably have 100 freshmen in those cohorts. And it's important to note that those students in the academies go through in a cohort. So not only do they take the same engineering class together, we try to also have them be together in their math class and in their science classes so that they can get to know each other, they can study together. When they transition to the big campus, they're not all alone. They know another 100 or 200 people. And all the studies show that students that go through a program in a cohort have much higher success rates. And then we have probably more than 100 students every year that go to a wide cross-section of engineering programs, not just in Texas, but actually across the country. Next slide, please. As we move forward, we are working on a partnership agreement with Prairie View A&M. We almost had it in place a couple of years ago, and then their dean left and their president left, and we kind of started all over. But we met with them about a month ago, and they're very much excited about completing that partnership agreement. And the way that will work is that students will take the first 2 years with us, and then they will take a couple summer bridge courses, and then transition to complete their junior and senior year at Prairie View A&M. And once the volume grows, they've already said that they'd be happy to offer those summer bridge courses here in Houston. So we're looking forward to completing that partnership. We've just opened a new makerspace on the Fraga campus, and so we'll be able to support our students as well as U of H students. U of H junior and senior students will be working in that makerspace, and they can help mentor and be role models for some of our students that are in the academy program. Before COVID hit, we had every one of our courses was project-based and experiential learning driven. Students had a kind of a small capstone project at the end of the course. We've struggled with that some with COVID. It's kind of hard to do that, but we are dedicated to that pedagogy. We believe that experiential learning, hands-on learning, is a key piece of an engineering experience, and so we will bring that back full and strong once we can get COVID behind us. One of the best things that will be a residual of COVID is our complete utilization of Canvas. We use that platform for absolutely everything, and we will continue to use that post-COVID. It's difficult for us to offer our curriculum with books at no cost because of the nature of the subject material and the cost of those books, but we have struck agreements so that almost all of our courses now offer a digital textbook, which is a considerable savings to the student, and with that also comes a lot of extra materials. Practice problems and study tests and things like that really help them. So it reduces the cost for the student and also offers them a lot more material. When we started this engineering program, we wrote a strategic plan. And at the time, we said our goal was to become one of the largest, most affordable, and most convenient engineering programs at the community college level anywhere in the United States. Wording is really important when you write a mission statement. I think, as Dr. Hodges said, I think we can now claim that we are the largest, most affordable, and most convenient engineering program at the community college level. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Linton Gary.
I have a question. I know you stated that Prairie View is excited about the partnership agreement, but it's good to be excited. I just want to know where you guys are in making that agreement happen.
Okay. So we had a team that went up to see them. We brought a couple of their alumni that work for us with us. We met with the dean and the chairs and gave them a draft of what where the partnership was when we last left off, and then decided that after the new year, we would invite them down, give them a tour of all our facilities, review the wording of that partnership, run it through legal, and get it signed and put it in place. So I'm assuming that will be in place. We can start advertising that for this coming fall, right? So.
Okay, thank you. And could you just keep us posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Updated on that? Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, Chancellor.
I do want the board to know that this was pre-COVID, but Dr. Simmons and I met regarding this issue, and this is on this and healthcare. This is definitely on her radar screen, and we will work to get the agreement moved as soon as possible.
That's a beautiful campus. If you haven't been up there, they've built lots of new buildings. It's quite an impressive campus now. So, yeah.
Robert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the page that you have here in your presentation, Engineering Student Success Statistics, I appreciate that. I'd like to see if we could possibly get some more information on that down the road, persistence, and how many students start in our programs, complete four-year programs, how long it takes them to do that. I know that engineering programs are rigorous, and it's a challenge to maintain that rigor, yet produce the numbers that we like to see and keep the opportunities open for folks. But nonetheless, I think it's very important that we know where we're at on that, and so that we can make whatever course corrections we need to, or just have or if nothing else, have a more realistic picture of where the community meets the standards of engineering, and how can we do the best we can. So I have an uncle who became an engineer, and his younger brother, my father, didn't make it. He just ended up getting a chemistry degree. So I know that engineering is a challenge, and it always should be a challenge. We don't want our bridges falling down or rocket ships falling out of the sky or anything. So but as you mentioned, the numbers are important to replace all the folks that are retiring, and all roads seem to point towards technology going forward, and you can't really have a lot of technology without engineers. So I do want to thank you and everyone involved with the program. I've seen it grown over the last few years. I've seen a lot of success, cycle after cycle. I know you guys are really growing a great program to this, and I appreciate what you do.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to say that this is as much a credit to the math department and the science department and the English department, right? To get through and be successful. Dr. Hodges alluded to this. When I talked to the deans at A&M and U of H and UT, and I asked them, how do our students do after they transfer? They say they do as well, if not slightly better. That doesn't surprise me, right? Our students, know how to manage time. They know how to manage stress. They're veterans. They're married. They have kids. And they're much more committed and much more driven. So it doesn't surprise me at all that our students actually do slightly better. And what's interesting about that is that it shatters the paradigm that somehow community college is somehow lesser than a four-year university. And I think it's just the opposite.
Madam Chair. Thank you. This is great news.
Flowers. Flowers?
This is great news. I heard an echo, I guess. Great news, great report. Can you give an update on where we are with Texas Southern University?
So we spoke to them a couple of years ago about their program and how we had set up different partnerships. We don't have very many students that transfer there currently. I mean, they're down there in the other, number. It's really kind of a handful. I don't know if that's because of cost issues or what it is, but that we're not a major today. We are not a major pipeline to them. But we certainly have talked to them. We know about their programs, but if I were to show you the numbers, it's a handful every year.
Do we have an agreement with them as we have with Prairie View?
We do not, but we have talked to them about it. I think because their program is relatively small, I think they're, and I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing, they may be a little bit reluctant to lose the freshman and sophomore students. They're trying to get to critical mass with their own program, right? So, whereas for the big universities, they're really driven by adding diversity, tapping into a market that they don't currently, have. So, we'd be happy to revisit that, but in all candor, we don't send a lot of students there today.
Okay, well, thank you for the update. I know that we had, Senator Miles was here. We had a talk last year, and we were talking about ramping up, and so I know we'll continue that work, and I appreciate the update. This is good update. Thank you.
Yes, Chancellor.
And we do have an articulation agreement. We have been working, again, pre-COVID, with the prior president on healthcare, the pipeline for healthcare programs, particularly School of Pharmacy. But we will revisit what the opportunities and try to expand our connections with TSU as soon as we can.
That would be great, yes. Monica? Oh, okay. I want to thank you as well. I've seen the program grow, and I had the opportunity to go to two of the graduations out there. And the president from there, he honored HCC for sending such a large number of students. He said that the majority of the students that graduated from there were that started at Houston Community College. So that was great to hear and see. And so this is, when we talk to the community about the programs that we have, they're in disbelief that we're able to offer an engineering program. So our students that have graduated from the program are very successful out in the community too. So kudos to all of you that are really working hard with it. And so, and that we're the number one. I saw the age where it said 55% are from 20 to 29. And yeah, some of the students and relatives that are going there, that's about the age. They've already gone around everywhere else. And then finally they get serious at that age. So it's good to see, and I'm glad to see that our minority students have high numbers as well. It's great. It's great to see that.
I also highlighted, you can see under age, I put an asterisk next to the increase in ages 18 and 19. That's directly due to our academies. And what that tells you is that increasingly we are the first choice for a lot of students coming right out of high school, going into an engineering program. For most of our students, the financial barrier is bigger than the academic barrier, right?
Right.
So if we can cut $25,000, $30,000, $50,000 off that cost, and in some cases, like with the UT Tyler program, they can work during the day and complete their degree in the evening, then we've created a pathway that didn't exist before for these students.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next item is on Coleman College for Health Sciences update. This is a report. No action is required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the board knows, we have been working on increasing enrollment and our capacity at Coleman College. And today's report gives you a status on the last 3 years and the trends that we are achieving at that college as we come back to the board and ask for additional funding to increase the programs beyond where we are today. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Nicotero.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chancellor. Certainly a pleasure to be here on behalf of the faculty and staff to provide you with an update on what's been going on at Coleman College. My presentation really will highlight the three main areas or departments at Coleman, the first one being instruction, the second one being student services, and lastly, a little bit of information about what we're doing in continuing education. I've also included some demographic information, and so I'll get started right here with our instructional side of Coleman. And so the first slide is going to show you unduplicated enrollment. And so here, I think what's really noteworthy is that we've been able to maintain a steady enrollment throughout the pandemic. We have seen that students have stuck with us. They want to complete their career in healthcare, and they're interested in applying to our programs. With all that's going on in hospitals and the potential risks that are out there in healthcare, they still want to enter the field. So we're very pleased about that, and we see a significant growth over the past 3 or 4 years. The next two slides, the first one, this slide is awards, and one right after this is about placement rates. They kind of go together. So as you can see, this is a 3-year look at the number of awards that we put out. And so in the past 2021, we put out 734 awards, students graduating with those types of awards. And you can see that we've maintained somewhat steady, but we have increased in the past couple of years. Here's our placement rates. And so this is, it's a little bit busy because we're looking at all of the programs here. But, so these are 3-year placement rates, and the average at Coleman for all of the programs is 90%. And so it varies a little bit by program, but our students are getting placed. There's jobs out there, and they are getting those jobs, and we're very pleased about that. I can just say to you, over the past month or so, we are getting phone calls from the hospital systems that are in dire need of healthcare workers. The situation is becoming very acute. What we're seeing is a large number of the current employees in our healthcare system taking on traveling roles because they can make 3 and 4 times what their current salary is, and so it's leaving a great deficiency, locally. And we have one hospital system that's willing to come in and provide our students with a contract before they graduate. Say, well, we're going to hire you on the spot. As soon as you graduate, you're coming to work for us. So we're seeing a very, very different movement in healthcare over the past few months. So now I'll get into some of the demographics. And here's, you can see that our age is really between 20 and 39, and that makes up 77% of the population at Coleman. So it's pretty spread out among that group. And here's our ethnicity. I think it more or less mirrors our community. And then gender. So here's where we see the lopsidedness of the demographics in healthcare. Healthcare is traditionally a female field, and that's no different in the number of individuals that are interested in coming in healthcare. So, we try to target males in all of our marketing. We have done a little bit of better job in targeting more males for nursing. And so the national average is about 11% of males in nursing, and we're about 14, 15%. We've made a little bit of headway. We still got a long way to go. The next thing here is almost all of our programs, with the exception of 1 or 2, have what's known as programmatic accreditation or specialized accreditation in each of their fields. And so this provides standards for the curriculum, standards for faculty ratios, standards for enrollment. And so we have 14 different accreditors. And so what that really means is that about every year we normally have about 2, maybe 3 reaccreditation visits. So we spend a lot of time getting ready and then going through these visits. So just to give you an example, the process begins about 1 year before they're going to come on site. And we write a self-study. And the self-study writes to what we're doing to the standards that the accreditor has given us. And then the rest of the time we're preparing our materials for when they come on site to verify that we're doing what we said we were doing. And so here you can see, I won't read them all, but we've had some very, very positive reaccreditations, excuse me, over the past couple of years in all of those areas. Another interesting, as I was mentioning about the dire need for healthcare employees. So just as we were going into Thanksgiving, Memorial Hermann, and we've had a long-standing relationship with them in many areas, including sterile processing, but we were able to work out a partnership with them where they will supplement our students to go and work while they are in school at Memorial Hermann. And so they're giving them a $3,000 sign-on bonus, and plus they're paying them $15.46 an hour while they're doing their clinicals, and then they'll work at Memorial Hermann. So now we'll move on to student services, and so our first slide shows we work on what I call a secondary application basis. So students need to put in an application to each one of our programs. We receive a large number of applications, and so you can see here from 2018 to 2021, and you can see a significant jump 2019 to 2020, and we really attribute that increase in applications. We really did. Every week we analyzed the number of applications that came into Coleman, and we targeted where we saw a lower number of applications. So we targeted it through marketing, social media, etc. And we saw over time a significant increase. And so we continue to do that on a weekly basis as we move forward, and it's paying off for us, because the more applications that we get, the more enrollments that we're going to get. So as you saw on the first slide. Now, when I talk about applications, this is quite an undertaking. We have 20 programs, and they all have different criteria to enter the program. So when the applications come in, we need to analyze the criteria to make sure that the applications meet the criteria, and then we rank them, and then we can give them to the program so that they can select the students. So it's quite an undertaking on 20 different programs. Students must also pass a drug screen. They must pass a background check and be certified in CPR to complete the application process. So the other thing that we've been doing in student services, besides applications and advising students, is they've been working very hard to try to find financial assistance for our students. No different than any other student in any other program at HCC. Our students struggle financially. So we've been working with the Marvy Finger Family Foundation, and one of the things, when they first approached us, they had only given approval to provide scholarships to vocational nursing, radiography, surgical tech, and medical assisting. And so, our student services staff really saw the need for other programs where students were struggling. So you can see the list here: dental assisting, health information technology, and so on. So they appealed to the foundation and showed them that these are certificate programs, many of these, and that certificate programs were worthy of financial assistance from them, scholarships, because the job market was there, and the salaries were there for them. So they approved these programs moving forward. So we're very proud of the hard work that our student services staff did for that. So lastly, I'll briefly go through continuing education. So as you know, our continuing education area, offers a certified nursing assistant, EKG, tech phlebotomy, medical office, patient care technician, and telemetry classes. All of these require students to do both didactic and to do hands-on learning and laboratory learning. So they go out in clinicals as well. So we know that, but what we don't realize is that we do other things in healthcare continuing ed. So we held classes at the TAVNI conference, which is the Texas Association for Vocational Nursing. We had 160 learners on site for that. We do endoscopic continuing education programs for the Texas Medical Center at Coleman, and we had 100 learners for that on a virtual event. We've done 3 or 4 of those over the past few years. The other thing is we're very open to finding ways to work with our partners. So several months ago, the Harris Center came to us, and they needed medical assistance, and they needed to be able to upskill some of their current staff to become medical assistants. So through our continuing education department, we were able to hammer out a plan and a program for them to convert their employees and upskill their employees to medical assisting. That was very successful, and so now the Harris Health System, the county health system, has come to us asking us to do the same for them. So with that, I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Trustees? Mr. Glazier?
Chair, I appreciate the presentation. How many or what percentage of students do you think in your programs are in cohort type of programs?
Almost all of them, with the exception of one program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to kind of get a feel for that.
Yeah.
So.
We're very, and quite honestly, our success rates and our, really, it's a lot of it is due to the cohort model.
I appreciate those comments. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Yes, you're welcome.
Yes, trustee.
I have a question,
Karen.
and then I just want to give you some information that I received. I was curious to know about how long it takes to learn about your accreditation status once the site visit is completed.
Oh, that can take, it depends on the accreditor.
Okay.
But it usually takes, I'm just going to give you a ballpark because it varies. So once they come to the visit, it depends on when their full committee, their board of directors is going to meet. So they go back, and if there's anything that they want us to respond to, they go back and then they'll send us a letter on what it is they would like us to respond and give them additional information on. And so that period of time there is at least 2 to 3 months. Once we give them back the information, then it will go to their full board, and whenever that meets. So I will say on an average, it's about a 6-month, 5 to 6 month period of time before the final designation comes to us.
Thank you. Oh, and also, I met with the Director of Services in Biomedical Engineering at GE Healthcare, and he's very interested in starting an apprenticeship program.
Okay.
For our biomedical technology students.
Yep.
And he said it's his way of giving back to HCC because he received his degree here. And he just wanted to reach out to us and maybe come and speak. But I guess I'll refer him to you.
Yes, please do.
Okay,
And
I'll refer
we
him
will
to you because he
hook
wants
up
to
and
meet
we'll
and visit.
set up how to do that.
Okay.
That works for everyone. Sure, absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you
I'll
for
make
that.
sure you get
Yeah.
it tonight. Thank you.
Here, anyone else? Anyone, before we go back, anybody else on this end? No? Yes? Dr. Flowers? We're gonna finish and go back around.
I just wanted to just say kudos to you, Dr. Nicoteri,
Thank you.
and your team. You're doing outstanding work, and I'm always very impressed with all that you're doing, and just looking forward to an even greater 2022.
We all appreciate that. Thank you. You're welcome.
Robert Glazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate one follow-up question having to do, you mentioned enrollment, and I know in your programs, oftentimes enrollments are limited by, can people get past the basic application process, to have qualifications to get in? All right, I'm sure that's a rate limiting process. Where are we in our rate limiting process with regard to clinicals? Are we having issues trying to find enough seats for the folks?
Well, clinicals will always be a challenge. I mean, I think that's a reality that we deal with. There are many universities and other colleges in Houston that we compete with for clinical spaces. we work very hard, and we do have a lot of clinicals, and I would say right now, we are in good shape. We have worked very hard over the past year to develop some very strong relationships with some of the large hospital systems. My goal has been that when a hospital system such as Memorial Hermann or Harris Health, when they're in need, the first person they should call is me. And we are beginning to see that happen. A few months ago, I received a call from the senior vice president from the corporate office of Memorial Hermann saying we need all of these types of employees. And so we're in the middle of hammering out how we're going to supply them with their needs. Hospital Corporation of America, HCA Hospitals, the same thing. They picked up their phone and they've called us to be able to do that. Harris Health Systems just contacted me this morning. So that's where we want to be, and by being that first choice for them, then that helps us get more clinicals, because if they want our graduates, then our graduates are going to have to do their clinicals there. So it's been a very symbiotic relationship.
Appreciate that. Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just want to say again, echo the sentiments of our board. Thank you for the work that y'all are doing, and that our health sciences programs are very, they're up there and people want them. So it's good to know that they're looking at it. So
Yep.
thank you again.
Yeah, thank you
Keep
very
up the
much. I
good work.
appreciate it all. Thank you.
The next item is a report on Training Academy. I'm looking at the clock, so Chancellor
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maldonado.
The board has asked to be briefed on the training that we are having our Student Services Department staff go through, particularly in light of the additional on high school campus advisors that we've hired to help with recruiting. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Grace to make that presentation.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm so excited to share with you today an update on the work we've been doing in our training academy. Again, I can't thank you enough for the investment you made to hire 45 new admissions advisors. We have done a tremendous amount of work, complete with the support of the presidents and the college student services deans, and then our student services staff here at District, to prepare a very robust onboarding schedule. We're very excited about where we ended last semester, and we're looking forward to the spring, and in actually deploying our 45 advisors into these high schools, as you have been apprised. I'd like to introduce Dr. Evelyn McLean, but before she does, she comes up, and as she's coming up, I should say, I want to acknowledge that this will be the last presentation we'll have from Dr. McLean. She's served 24 years at HCC in a variety of capacities, but most notably her work that she's done in talent engagement and in our employee learning and organizational development. We snapped her up as quickly as we could once we were approved to develop a training academy in student services because of her expertise and the content knowledge that she brings to HCC. I can't thank her enough for her contributions, and I'm excited for her to share the work that she's done as she prepares to exit HCC. Dr. McLean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's my pleasure to update you on the professional development and training activities that we have done. The last time I was before you was January 2020, so it's been a while. Next slide, please. Okay, I can do it myself. The Training Academy serves as the primary training and development resource for the Student Services Division and provides professional development and soft skill training workshops. These workshops are on demand, so they are requested by Student Services leadership and staff. And the mission of the Training Academy is to design, to develop, to implement, and manage professional development and skill training that meets the needs of student services staff. We then assess the learning efficacy and then determine the need and/or basis for future professional development and training. The Training Academy collaborates with both internal and external partners to accomplish this mission. These are our collaborations for the year. The Training Academy is a regular presenter at new employee onboarding. So new employees coming on board learn about student services in their onboarding as they start. We have served on the Quality Enhancement Plan Council Committee, the QEP design team. We are a member of the Synergy Partnership, which is a consortium of higher educational professional development, organizational development training collaborations, and we have also presented to Student Government Association and the United Student Council. We are routinely asked by the College Office Professionals Association to assist them with their annual staff training, and so we have done some presentations for them. Finally, our largest and our newest effort, which is the Student Services Onboarding, which I'll talk about in just a second. We had many internal collaborators, the analytics and decision support, curriculum and compliance, diversity and inclusion, financial aid, and success and completion. The really big thing, if I could say it that way, that we did in October was the first ever Student Services Onboarding and Professional Development Fridays. This initiative was a 3-day event, and it onboarded all of our new admission advisors and other student services new employees who were either new to HCC or new to their role in student services. Student Services Onboarding is a set of workshops that introduces staff to the division, to the Student Services Division, helps them acquire the knowledge, the mindset, and the skills needed to master their role, and the intent is to support them in reaching expected performance levels in the shortest possible time. Cohort 1, which began on October 27th, continued its onboarding activities in November and in December with what we call Professional Development Fridays, and this included role-specific training of the admission advisors as well as site visits to all of the centers of excellence. Professional Development Fridays will continue with additional role-specific training, and it will end with an SSO cohort completion celebration in March. Slides 6 and 7 are simply a summary of the professional development and training that we have done from September through December. I should note that the number does not include the 25 attendees in our Connections Quality Service Part 2. I should also note that Connections Quality Service Part 2 is a foundational service excellence course that is embedded in student services onboarding. So the idea is that as student service professionals come aboard, they learn about quality service the ACC way, Mosaic and me at that time. When I was last before you, the Training Academy was developing the academic advisor curriculum, and we're pleased to say that now that is complete and the curriculum has been developed and is ready for rollout. We used the insights that we gleaned from our service on the Excellence in Academic Advising Advisor Selection and Development Committee. Serving on that committee helped us to see some of the gaps in training that academic advisors needed, and so we included that in this training. These modules emphasize professional development specific to the academic advising profession and to HCC academic advising, as well as career and job services business processes. These professional development modules will undergo annual updates as appropriate, and they will become a standing part of the Student Services Onboarding Workshop inventory. Our current and future efforts, we want to focus on helping Cohort 1, Student Services Onboarding Cohort 1, finish their cohort in March. We want to assist with Professional Development Fridays workshop facilitation. We want to prepare for Cohort 2 sometime between March and May. And we want to assist with QEP professional development design for staff and the selection of peer-to-peer training and development professionals. Our final future effort is to transition from a Student Services Connections newsletter, which we publish monthly, to a podcast. And what we have determined that we will do is to have a 30-minute podcast, which would be a platform that provides staff with information about staff and about student achievements, our lessons learned, and examples of how our individual and collaborative efforts contribute to student success. The primary audience for the Student Services podcast will be student services staff. However, we welcome all HCC staff and faculty to participate because we see this as a virtual knowledge sharing. The podcast will consist of interviews, audience Q&A, announcements, and incentives to connect with the institutional effort to become a student-ready college. And with that, I will open it up to any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any board members? Anyone?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Ms.
Thank
Reichardt.
you, thank you so much for this presentation. What you do and what this work is so critical to our students and our community. And I am especially pleased to see the podcast because, you know, our ability to change with the times and to pivot when we need to and be kind of flexible that way, I think is going to be critical to our success. So I just wanted to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trash can. Okay, Robert Glacier.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Madam Chair. I echo Trustee Reichardt's comments. Appreciate what you do. It's very important, and you mentioned podcasts and other types of media. I know in my business, we do manufacturing. We have folks that some are formally trained, some are less formally trained, but I find it very interesting how there's a large movement in learning in the field. Informal learning through podcasts, through YouTube videos. It's really transforming how things are going. I'm seeing folks that work for me that learn a lot of things that way, very quickly, very efficiently. And to me, it's we don't need to fight the current. We need to go with the flow on this. And I really appreciate that's we need to go where the people are to learn, and that's where they're going. So.
Yes, sir. COVID kind of forced us to move all of our, typically we would have classroom interaction, but it forced us to go virtual and everything. Our 3-day event was also virtual. And so, yes, we have to embrace that learning can occur in other ways besides inside the classroom.
Oh, I see it as complementary. I don't see the traditional ways going away. They may not remain center stage, but they're definitely going to be critical. But these other rings under the tent are becoming more and more relevant, and accessibility for folks literally pulling out their phone and within less clicks, just a few clicks away from getting to almost anything. And it's just amazing the knowledge that's out there that's accessible, and for us to align our type of education in coordination with that type of media that's going on already. I'm really excited about it. I see results in my industry alone. It's just, and I can't even imagine how it's affecting others. So appreciate what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to say thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your giving to HCC for that many years. And so we just wish you well on your next chapter, because it's not the end. You'll be doing something else. I know our educators, how they work. So, but I know that professional development is so important. And so hopefully the next person that you trained will keep it going. So we thank you so much.
Thank you.
On behalf of our board, thank you. Oh, yes?
One thing, just, Dr. McLean, thank you.
Thank you.
Creating a culture of agility, foresight, having a vision and innovation, innovative thinking, we appreciate it. So you've poured greatly into us, and we will continue to make you proud by building on what you've left behind.
Thank you.
Continued success to you.
Thank you. Again, before we adjourn this committee, I just want to say congratulations as we begin the new year 2022. Congratulations to our students, our faculty and staff, and to our trustees. And we wish you the best for the coming year. The Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting will adjourn at
3:04 p.m.
Thank you.
I need a restroom break before we proceed, or are we good? Yes? Yeah. Okay. meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System for January 12, 2022 is now convened at
3:11 p.m.
Thank you, Sharon. This meeting was called for the purpose as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. I want to say Happy New Year to everyone, and I am Dr. Reagan Flowers, serving as the acting chair. As the current vice chair of the Board of Trustees, I assume the role of acting chair until a chair is duly elected by the board. Some of you have attended the swearing-in ceremony that was held earlier today for our newly elected and re-elected trustees. And at this time, I want to say that we are very happy to rejoin Trustees Reichard, Glazier, Vanderbilt, Stallworth, and Linton Gary. And we also welcome back to the dais Dr. Adriana Tamez, who was re-elected to trustee position in District 3, as well as Trustee Eva Laredo, who was re-elected to trustee position for District 8. We also welcome back Trustee Dave Wilson, who was elected to trustee position for District 6, replacing Dr. John Hanson, and who also retired from the board at the end of the term on December 31st, 2021. And I am excited to have been elected to the trustee position for District 4. We, the entire governing board, look forward to working collaboratively with the administration to continue to the mission of the college of offering a high-quality, affordable education for academic advancement, workforce training, career development, and lifelong learning. There's opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing and citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. Time allotted to each citizen or organization shall be limited to 4 minutes. The board may stop any speaker who makes complaints against a specific trustee or employee or comments about the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a specific employee, and may require the speaker to resume his or her comments in closed session as permitted under the personnel exception to the Open Meeting Act. So we will begin with the following who have signed up to appear before the board. The first person that I have here is Ray Charles Jones. Mr. Jones, are you here? Welcome, Mr. Jones.
Madam Chair and Board of Trustees, I'm here with either 3 questions or 3 concerns. I want to get a better understanding on what was discussed in the special meeting on December 22nd concerning trustee position 2. I don't know if y'all can answer these questions, but those are the things that I'm concerned with. It was my understanding that you did not appoint anyone. And on that day, it was also my understanding that if there was an appointment, it would only be for 30 days, and we have a special election in May. And that would be for the purpose of the community being able to have some input into who we select to serve us in our district. And the community is very concerned. Now, I have one comment. The community is very concerned. Why have we had 3 presidents within the last few years? Before then, HCC was the talk of the town. My children's grandchildren, great-grandchildren's grandchildren went to HCC. So we are still. Why are we keep getting presidents and everyone take on the same problem that we have and nothing gets solved? So that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. We'll next hear from former trustee Maxine Lane Sills. If you're here, please take the podium.
I have to take this off because I do want you to hear me. Good evening, members of the board, Chancellor, and to everyone that's present and all the people in the audience. Let me first say Happy New Year to you. And secondly, I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you personally for me and my family for the things that the President mentioned on the loss of my grandson. It has been a big, big loss, and I can't talk much on it because I get very emotional. But let me let you know that you will forever be in our hearts of thinking of us at that time. I come today in behalf of citizens of the community. I've had so many calls, and the reason being is because they are misunderstood about what is going to happen in District 2. There have been so much misinformation given. They didn't know if an appointment could be made until May. Said they was told that about it by a trustee. All hearsay. And some say, well, they're going to go. I went in on a call. I couldn't talk. I could only hear of a civic group. And they were saying, oh, it's going to be for 4 years. Some went on another one. They said, oh, it's going to be for 6 years. Well, let me just let you get into the feelings with me for a moment. District 2 is very broken. They don't have the trust that they should have in this board. They say that because of the fact that the building was not built to the capacity of what the bond was issued for. They still hold that in their hearts. Money was taken out of District 2. The citizens didn't know anything about it. Dave Wilson, you were our trustee at that time and came and said this money's going to be gone. They still don't trust, they still think that money is going to be taken away from District 2. They feel they need a representative here. They need someone to watch over. There is no trust, and we have to build that trust back in them. I listened to the meeting, the last meeting you had, and I heard you say, let the citizens make the decision. I doubt if many of you know 10 citizens in District 2. But I received a letter that was sent to the board and also sent to me, and it was from the United Super Neighborhood. It listed neighborhoods from all the presidents and had the president's name there. It was the Northeast, Pleasantville, Saligas, East Houston, East Jensen, Trinity Garden, Cashmere Garden, East Verde Forest, East Little York, Homestead, and Fifth Ward, all jointly signed it. Just today, I received a letter from the precincts, and all the precincts listed. And I only have 4 minutes because I can't name all of those precincts. But then they said, Maxine, they say they want to hear from the community. But are they listening? This is the community. Each super neighborhood was elected by their communities. The precinct judges were elected by the citizens of District 2. I come to you today to say I know that you will make the final decision of what is to be done, but please listen to the citizens. They have spoken. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sills. We will now hear from Jeanette Smith.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chancellor, our honored board trustees, I am Jeanette Smith, resident of Northwood Manor subdivision, which is a part of Northeast Houston and a part of the District 2 board seat, that we are here today to speak in behalf of communities in our neighborhood, as well as the Super Neighborhood United organization that we recently formed in Northeast Houston to address some of the issues and concerns so that we could come out and speak as a group and let it be known that we have been on this mountain too long. Too long. There are too many issues pending. The seat that is currently vacant, that's an important seat. The community college, which is the North Forest Campus College that's in our neighborhood, holds the community together. Holds the community together. We have indicated, we have asked, we even voted as a community to become a part of the HCC college. The community voted. We've placed our confidence in each of you who sit behind the table in leadership roles to continue to move our campus forward. We can't do it as a neighborhood. You can't do it just as a board or a chancellor. This is an assignment that we must do together. I have lived in the neighborhood since 1971. And having to see our students leave our immediate neighborhoods in Northeast and travel to another community site and then pay out-of-district tuition. That was very painful. We welcomed, as well as wrapping arms around each of you who have taken time to come out and visit our community, as well as at the poll when we voted to become a part of the HCC family. I am appearing before you this afternoon to endorse Mrs. Kathy Gunter as interim appointee for the vacant position for District B board seat, and also provide some very important information to share with you about Kathy as a tireless city and community leader and team member, a civil servant, an educator producing positive outcomes and solutions through critical assessment and analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Your time is up. We will next hear from Frederick Woods.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Frederick Woods II. I come before you as a resident of the Northeast Houston with two requests. First, that our community's voice be considered as the primary voice in the appointment of an interim trustee for District 2. As it would be if there were an election held under normal circumstances. The second in naming Mrs. Kathleen Lynch Gunter to the appointment of that vacant position. I have been a homeowner and a resident in the Northeast community for over a decade, with familial ties to this area dating back more than half a century. Recently, I decided to take a more visible role in the future direction of our community. It was during this endeavor that I first met Mrs. Gunter and have since come to know her as a strong advocate for the betterment of our community. The time and effort she has given to effect positive change in Northeast Houston truly speaks to her desire to make a lasting impact for the benefit of future generations. This has also been noticed by our elected officials, who presented her with an award for outstanding service, a congressional recognition certificate, and Democratic Women Making History Award, to name only a few. These honors pale in comparison to the regard in which she is held by the Northeast community. I consider her not being elected to the District 2 Board of Trustees position when she ran for it in 2019 as an error of judgment, given the present circumstances, and hope we agree in correcting it with the person whose character is unwavering. I am confident Mrs. Gunter is that person, and that she will exceed all expectations in representing our interests to the best of her abilities. As the late Honorable Congressmember Barbara Jordan once said, we are people not only trying to solve the problems of the present, but we are attempting to fulfill the promise of America. We need more servant leaders like Mrs. Kathleen Lynch Gunter in positions such as this, where you all find yourselves today, to help keep us striving toward making that promise a reality. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I have no others listed to speak before us today, no additional citizens. We appreciate your concerns. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or taking action on these issues at the board meeting. Please note that the comments provided will be taken into consideration. We greatly appreciate it. And with that, I want to take the agenda out of order. I'd like to start with item B.
Sharon didn't put the closed session before item B, but I would like to review the statute if you're agreeable in closed session with the board before we discuss that.
Okay, let me check just a second here. Does the board feel that you need a review of the statute before we proceed with item B? Are we clear on the statute? As it was explained by Dave Thompson? Are we okay or clear on the statute for appointment? Or do you all need some further discussion or clarity on the statute? On what the state law requires?
If I could get clarity, I can't open my Novus. Can someone open that up for me? Can you read the, Madam Chair, can you read the?
Yes. What would you like for me to read? I'm sorry.
The actual action item that you are referring to?
Well, we're at taking action to fill the vacancy in HCC Board or Trustee District 2 position, including appointment or calling a special election. And we're going to consider action. And so the question is, if we need to go into closed session because you need clarity on the statute, we can.
I don't need clarity on the statute. I think what I'd like is clarity on this action.
But we can discuss the action. Okay.
Right. This is an item because it involves the appointment.
Because this item involves the appointment of an official to the college, we are permitted to discuss this in closed session. So part of the explanation for this would include legal advice also, which is a second basis to go into closed session.
I think we
if
should
the
go
request
into,
is for,
I would like to go into closed session because
So
this
would I.
is
Okay.
totally different from what yeah.
Checking
would
with
I.
my colleagues. So with that, we will adjourn to closed session. So let me find that page and read it exactly.
I think it's number 3 on your, there it is.
So, here we go. The board will now adjourn to close executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072 and/or 551.074 of the Open Meeting Act. As stated in the notice of this meeting, should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting or a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at,
3:32 PM.
thank you, Sharon.
4:58 p.m.
My apologies. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank
I
you.
would like to move to make a motion to adopt a process for an appointment to District 2 Board of Trustees. Qualified applicants may apply by submitting a cover letter and resume to board services as directed on the HCC website. The Board of Trustees may conduct interviews of applicants. The final selection will occur at a future board meeting. Information will be posted on the HCC website by midnight tonight.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion on the item?
Madam Vice Chair?
I recognize Trustee Reichart.
I have a question for Melissa. So Melissa, what happens if this motion by Trustee Lenton Gary fails?
If the board, is this microphone on? Okay. If the board fails or refuses to appoint somebody to fill this vacancy by January 21st, then the board is legally required to call a special election to fill the vacancy. That special election must occur at the next uniform election date, which would be May 2022.
Okay, so if it fails, we will have a special election in May.
If it fails and no appointment is made before January 21st, then there will be the board will be required to call a special election that will occur in May.
Okay, thank you, Melissa.
I have a question.
Venable Stallworth.
So a special election will be called. Are we allowed as a board to make an appointment? When will this special election be? Let me ask the first question.
May of 2022.
So May of 2022, which is 4 months from now?
Correct.
And if we wait 4 months from now, the position remains vacant?
The position remains vacant. The board does not have the authority under the statute to appoint somebody to temporarily fill the position between now until the special election if it fails to appoint by January 21. The position is not vacant, though, because the current board member serves in a holdover capacity until the new board member is selected and sworn in.
So this entire process was triggered by a resignation by the District 2 trustee,
Correct.
and this board accepted that resignation.
On December 22nd.
But the technicality based on the Texas statute says that that person is still the representative of District 2 by what is called, what is this called?
It's called the holdover provision in the Texas Constitution until the replacement board member is selected and sworn into that position. The board member who resigned continues to serve in a holdover capacity.
So the person who resigned, whose resignation we accepted, still can be the representative of a district for 4 months?
That is correct, unless something happens during that time that would automatically disqualify that individual from continuing to serve in a holdover capacity. But based on the facts as they are right now, that person continues to serve as a holdover in this position.
Okay.
Any further questions, comments? Yes, Chair recognizes Trustee Laredo.
Ms. Melissa, so at any time, can we assign a temporary person or temporary holdover or a substitute person for the next 4.5, 5 months to hold that spot?
No, there are two options available to the board under the statute. The first requirement is to appoint to fill the vacancy for the remainder, or until the next regular trustee election, which is November of 2023. If the board fails or refuses to appoint somebody to fill that vacancy by January 21st, the board is required to call a special election that will occur in May, and the person elected in May will continue to serve the remainder of the unexpired term, which is, I believe, 2025.
Yes, the chair recognizes trustee Wilson.
To me, this board should take action and vote for an appointment. That's what we've done in the past. That's what we did with Reagan Flowers' appointment, and that's what we did with Maxine Seals' appointment. And the state law says we shall appoint within 30 days. It doesn't say may. And having an election is just to me, it leaves that district without representation. And the fact that possibly Rhonda Skilling-Jones could come back and be on this board as a holdover is another reason we need to appoint somebody immediately. And I'm in favor of adopting somewhat of a fair procedure so everybody could apply that wants to apply. But we need to make this happen before the time the clock runs out on the 21st of this month, because it's just not acceptable in my mind to not have representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the chair recognizes Linton Gary.
Thank you, Trustee Wilson, for your comments, because that's why I came out and made the motion for a process, because we want to do what's in the best interest of the community, and we have to adopt a process in order for an appointment to even take place. And so we came out to share this information with the audience so you will understand, the options that we actually have as trustees. And we want to do what's right by District 2 and what's best for District 2.
Thank you, Trustee Linton Gary. Any other further discussion, comments? Well, I'd just like to say that I concur with my colleague, Trustee Wilson. I concur with all of my colleagues here that we want to do right by District 2, but I do feel that we do need to appoint and that we don't need to leave the seat vacant. That we respond to what the people want. With that, we have a motion, if there's no further discussion, that we need to bring to a vote. So the motion has been seconded, and so Sharon, did you get the motion?
I have for the motion to adopt a process for the appointment to trustee position for District 2.
That's accepted by all? Okay, let's please bring it to a vote.
Yes. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 6 in favor, 2 opposing.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. With that, we took the items out of order, and we're going to go back to election of board officers for 2022. And with this item, it's my understanding that we're going to remove it from the agenda because we did not get the appropriate number of signatures for this item to be placed on the agenda. That's the last communication that I received. I see board counsel getting up, so she's going to offer some clarity on that item.
Sure. Based on the information that I received, the item was submitted on January 3rd with the agreement of 3 board members.
Okay, thank you, board counsel. So did you send a response? The last email I received from, can you please read that? I guess that will be clarity from trustee Robert Glazier.
If I may speak, I initially was solicited to endorse this item. When the action item came up, it was not in the format that I expected it to be. and I've requested my name be removed. Board council has decided that my request was not adequate to remove the name. My bottom line is if there's 5 board members out of 8 here that want to move forward with it, then I'm fine. I support the decision of the board. The reason I didn't support the action item as stated, it doesn't take 5 board members to call this election. So that was why I had asked to remove my name, and that did not happen. So if we have 5 board members here that plan to move forward with an election, then so be it. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Board counsel, if you can clarify that trustee Glazer, he asked to be removed from the item. You refused to remove him. So can you explain to the statute or the policy that you're following under as an advisor to the board?
Correct. So an agenda item that is requested that is submitted by written request of 3 board members within 7 business days before the meeting must be placed on the agenda. A request was submitted on January 3rd by 3 board members. There was some subsequent discussion as to whether or not Trustee Glazer was in support of the item as it was submitted. Based on the information that I received, the fact that seemed undisputed was at the time that it was submitted, the board members identified on the request were in agreement with it being submitted. There was some subsequent discussion that maybe changed Trustee Glazer's position on the item. And based on the information that I received, I determined that it met the requirements of the board bylaws and was properly placed on the agenda.
May I interrupt to clarify your comments? I clarified mine to you, and my position has been consistent since I was solicited for this, and it was just not implemented the way that I understood it. I made my position clear when I was solicited that I would be for changing the mascot of the school if 5 board members wanted to bring it to the table. That was my position. The action item does not require 5 board members to bring it, so that's why I withdrew my support for it.
Okay, and
Made that consistent. I made that clear to you.
my understanding from the communication I received from you was that you wanted to ensure that the majority of the board was in favor of the item going forward. And I did explain that that was permissible based on the way that the item was noticed. There could be a discussion as to whether or not the item would go forward.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So thank you, board counsel. I am privy to the communications. If you can stay at the microphone, please. Privy to the communication, and the communication was very clear from Trustee Glazer that he wanted his name removed, and there were subsequent communications explaining what his position could be so that he did not remove his name from this item, and that you wanted it to remain on the agenda. So I want to be clear that board counsel is an advisor to the board, does not set the agenda for the board. We appreciate it, and there are boards that don't have board counsel, but we appreciate board counsel and your advisement. And so with that being said, we don't want to get into the process of saying an email that says these people concur and those people did not respond. I got the email and it said, I have support of these other persons, and neither one of those persons responded. And so if we're saying that anybody can send an email and say, these people attached are in support, and if they don't concur, that it passes without an original signature or at least a response, then I think we're treading on some challenging rough waters.
I understand the concern, and the board can certainly revise the bylaws to make that more clear. There is no requirement of formal signatures. The request as it was submitted is consistent with the practice that we've used for the past several years. For that, based on that and the manner in which it was submitted, it was consistent with our practice and our bylaws, and it appeared to me to meet the requirements of the board bylaws.
Clearly explain the practice when you're saying a person can send an email, attach 2 names, and say that I have the support of these 2 people, and that's sufficient.
That has been the process, and that has been the process in the past, yes.
Okay, so I am saying as chair that I like this item removed, and you're saying to me that I cannot remove it. Is that what I'm understanding?
The bylaws do not allow the board chair to pull an item that has been requested by 3
Okay,
board
then
members.
I say let's move forward with this item then, if that's the case. Board counsel is advising the board to take this item up, and
Well,
regardless
if I could clarify, my recommendation is that the request as it was submitted was in compliance with the board bylaws. The board will ultimately decide if it wants to go forward with this item.
Thank you,
That's a
Melissa.
governance
I
decision.
appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to
Yes,
ask
I
Melissa a
recognize Lynn
question,
Gary.
please. You know, Melissa, I just wanted to ask you, when was the email submitted to remove the trustee's name, Trustee Glacier's name?
January 6th.
Okay, and our agenda was already printed, isn't that correct? Yes. Okay, I understand Robert, you know, wanting his name removed because he misunderstood, he misinterpreted, right? It wasn't written as he, you know, based on what he was thinking, and he decided to move it. But now we're here, and I hear controversy, and I don't like that in front of this audience. We don't need the controversy. The agenda was printed, and once it's printed, we should move forward with it. Now, if you want it removed, if a trustee wants it removed, then request and we vote to determine whether or not it should be moved. But controversy needs to go out of the window.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, thank you, Trustee Lynn Gary. We have an agenda item A. Oh, yes. I recognize Trustee Wilson.
The change in the rule, or this agenda item, to me, came at an inappropriate time because the board had previously voted to change out the officers at the end of January and let them, in essence, serve from February 1 to January 31. And I was opposed to that change when it happened. I think it should be on the first day of the year, and it should go back to that. But right now, it's in the middle of the month of January, and to me, it's kind of like, well, there's 2 minutes left on the clock in the fourth quarter, and we're going to change the rules, and a field goal, instead of counting 3 points, counts 8 points. I think the timing on changing this rule is totally inappropriate. And I think that since there is controversy and a question over this, and we're not here to have all the facts to judge one way or the other, that we should wait for a week. I don't think 1 week is going to make a big difference in the whole scheme of things. And I would prefer that we just not deal with this board meeting. Thank you.
Yes, the chair represents Lynn Gary.
I understand what where you're coming from, Trustee Wilson, and at this point, I feel that we need to remove it because this is not turning out very nice. And I am really tired of sitting up here and you sitting out there looking at us like we're fractured, because this board is fractured. Yes, and I'm angry right now because it makes no sense. 1 week will make no difference. We're up here talking about we're leaders. True leaders don't act like this. If you're going to lead fairly. Make it about the board. Don't make it about the board. Make it about this institution, the faculty, the students, the administration, because it's not about us. We are here to serve you guys and the community. And with that being said, we don't need to vote tonight because it's not turning out right. And Melissa, I just need to know what we need to do to have this item removed, because this is extremely frustrating.
Since we opened discussion on the item, we will need a motion to postpone to January 19th, and then a second to that motion and a vote.
I would like to make a motion to postpone this agenda item until June 19th. January 19th.
I second, Madam Chair.
And I hope and pray January 19th, different attitudes come up in here.
Thank you. With that, Sharon, can you bring it to a vote?
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you. Did you
Discussion
capture
on that or not?
Okay.
Do we have discussion?
Can we have discussion on this?
Do we want any further discussion? My apologies.
Okay. I just want to say that The reason that this was brought is because previous years, we always held the officers' election the first meeting. And so this would have been the first meeting. And it was a special reason as well, because we have an absent board chair. So therefore, the urgency was to fill the positions so that we could make sure that we did move forward at the beginning of the year. But, it's whatever the will of the board is, so I'm fine with that. But I just want to say that that was the reason for it to come up at the beginning, because we always used to do it, with the exception of 1 year, that we always had the election of officers the very first meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Trustee
Vice Chair.
Loretta. Yes, the chair recognizes Reichart.
I agree with Trustee Laredo. This was simply put on because there was a vacancy in the board chair, as the board chair, and our bylaws permit that if 3 trustees would like to vote on something, then, or like to agree to put an action item on, then it's put on the agenda. That was simply what happened, and, but I agree with Trustee Laredo that we'll follow the will of the board.
Any other comments? Okay, with that, no further discussion. Sharon, we ready for the vote?
Yes, and I have a motion to postpone election of officers for 2022 until January 19, 22.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. And so with that, I believe we have covered all the items in this special meeting. And so the special meeting is adjourned at?
5:21 p.m.
Thank you. No, oh, we have another item?
There was a remaining closed session item.
Okay, we can't close, just a second. We have to go into closed session. And I guess it is not here for me, so then we will be adjourning. So we will be adjourning from our special meeting to closed session at?
5:21 p.m.
Thank you.
Do we need to?
start. The open portion of this special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Houston Community College System is now reconvened at,
5:52 PM.
okay, there is no further action that is needed within this meeting, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. This meeting is hereby adjourned at,
5:53 PM.
thank you. We're going to move forward with the Committee of the Whole. And citizens desiring, well, let me start here. This meeting for January 12, 2022 will now come to order at,
5:53 PM.
this meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole at this time. Is there a motion to approve item A, Coleman College program expansions?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, and it's been moved and second, so we will now have discussion of this item by Chancellor Maldonado. And Chancellor, I believe we've all reviewed the report here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This request is asking the board to authorize administration to proceed with resources from the fund balance to increase enrollment in medical assisting, certified nurse aide, dental assisting, and pharmacy technician. Funds will be allocated for the expansion and additional access of Coleman programs with a corresponding increase in enrollment. The expansion includes Missouri City for medical assisting and the renovation of a classroom. Certified nursing aide program will expand to Central South, Northwest, Southeast, and Southwest colleges. Pharmacy technician will expand to Southeast College. At Coleman and Northwest A-Leave campus, additional medical assisting cohorts will expand to evening and weekends, and dental assisting will add a spring cohort at Coleman College. The total amount to fund these expansions that we're asking the board approval on is $946,903, and that's to come from fund balance. The board saw the presentation on the growth in the programs at the committee meeting earlier today, and Dr. Nicotera and Dr. Barilla Hopkins are present to answer any questions the board might have regarding details on these expansions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Are there any questions or discussion regarding this item? The chair recognizes Trustee Glazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of these expenditures look like they're going to be ongoing, so are we going to be able to fit in our budget as an ongoing? They don't look like one-time expenses.
It will be part of the budgeting process this year, yes, sir.
Thank you for that question, Trustee Glazier. Any other questions or discussion? Yes, the chair recognizes Trustee Wilson.
The expansion includes Missouri City for,
Yes, sir. For medical assistant?
yes. You know, we just built that building down there, now we're going to remodel it. How much money are we spending on that? And it isn't laid out such that we can use that facility or move it to Stafford since it's only 2 miles away.
Well, this is specifically for use as medical assisting training, so it's a majority of that classroom renovation is going to be equipment. We can have Dr. Nicotera or Barilla Hopkins, if they could respond to the details of what changes are needed in Missouri City.
Yeah, I'll be happy to answer Trustee Wilson's questions. First of all, the community had been requesting medical programs at that facility because when we opened Missouri City, one of the themes of that particular campus would be healthcare programs because of the proximity to the Texas Medical Center and the expansion of medical centers and hospitals and urgent care centers in the Fort Bend County area, and limited access to programs of auxiliary health and professional health programs. We started offering the introduction courses to medical assisting in the last 2 years, and we have consistently had a enrollment and growth of enrollment for medical assisting in the area. This request is to provide accessibility to advanced level courses. which currently students that start at Missouri City have to drive to the Texas Medical Center to complete that program. This will allow students in that area, in the entire Fort Bend County area, to be able to complete a program that provides entry level in an area that it's high demand in the Houston region.
What is our enrollment out there at that campus?
Our enrollment at that campus prior to COVID was around 1,100 students. We reached enrollment higher than when we were at the Sienna Plantation.
Well, it's about 800 or 900 at Sienna,
Yes,
and so it's 1,100 out there.
prior to COVID, yes, sir.
So today, what is it?
Well, as of the enrollment for the spring semester, right now, we're near 700 students.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Further questions, comments? Chair recognizes Laredo.
The only comment was that we had a really great presentation earlier, and so we saw the increase in numbers, and I'm glad to see that we're expanding to other areas as well, because that's one of our more popular programs. And in the college is our sciences and our math and our health program, So I'd like to see this expand. Thank you.
Trustee
Linton Gary.
Linton Gary.
I'm really glad that this is taking place because, Dr. Barolo, you know, excuse me, members of the community have asked for this, and I'm just glad that they're going to receive it, and it's going to help increase enrollment, which is a good thing. So I'm happy about it.
Further questions, discussion? Hearing none, we're ready to bring this item to a vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, no oppositions.
Thank you, Sharon. We're moving on to item B, which we've all read the reports, and we can consolidate this discussion here with item B with monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for November 2021. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved. Trustee Reichert.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on these items by Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall Hines to make the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chancellor, Trustees. Unfortunately, we're back in the red threat level as I stand here before you, and we go into the budget preparing sessions, and not where I wanted to be in terms of COVID. It continues to whipsaw us when we try to bring students back to class in person, and impacts all of our financials. For fiscal 22, we're sitting very strong. We just finished the first quarter, effective November 30th. That's 25% of our year, so you'll see the percentages there. Our investments continue to have a very low interest rate, a weighted average interest rate of 0.08 last month and 0.06 the month before, so a little bit better. If you've read some financial news, you see the feds are predicting 3 or 4 potential increases, which would be good for our investments if that brought a lot of money to us, but it doesn't. It probably will slow down some other things. Long-term market interest rates are continue moving up slightly. Inflation, fiscal policy that the feds bring together for us, we have a documented 7.1% CPI increase for last year, which is about a 30-year high. That's not a good thing when you look at trying to operate with the big operating expenses that we have that impact by the inflation rates. Also for salary, that impact, is hurtful to people trying to keep up with the cost of living. Unrestricted revenue highlights, state appropriations, 21.3 million. That's roughly a third of where we're supposed to be, so we're right on budget there. Recall that we received a little bit of a haircut on that last year, so for the next 2 years, we'll see about $4 million less per year. However, we are recovering those funds that are taken away through our HERF 3 Recovery Fund program, so we'll be whole on state appropriations for the year. Tuition and fees collected were $60.8 million, or 61%. Tuition and fees collected for extended learning were $2.4 million, or 64%. If you look at the HERF lost revenue recovery, we had budgeted about $11 million for this fiscal year. Just in the first quarter, we have recovered $4.9 million from the HERF recovery, so we are ahead of schedule. And if you look at the total revenues, we're at 101.4, or 27% of what we budgeted, of the total $371.6 million. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule on that. And then the fund balance that we have for deferred maintenance of $10 million, we are still holding that in abeyance and in the hold like we did last year for fiscal 21, making sure that HCC is safe and sound in our financials before we look at spending that on deferred maintenance. Also to mention, just a reminder that people have been making, hopefully the people that pay on time and want the tax deduction have made their Harris County and Fort Bend County tax payments before December 31st. Last 2 years, HCAT has been very slow and behind schedule, so we will not see the income from that probably start rolling in until January, February, into March like we saw last year. They're very slow, perhaps not as slow as the IRS, which I saw had about 10, I think it was 110 million tax returns still in their shop. Total HERF recovery funds, pretty proud of this. Funds collected since program began are $129 million, of which 16.5 relates to fiscal 20, $71 million for fiscal 21, and 41.76 towards fiscal 22. And there's a chart on page 9 of the appendix which shows you the categories and the years for which those funds were collected. Instructional materials and insurance are really the only two outliers we have in year-to-date expenses, and that's all due to timing. They're not excessive, and as they have in past years, they will move down to normal as the year proceeds. Recurrent, again, just mentioning, a concern to us is what the inflation does for us, both on operating expenses and on salaries. And then we are exploring, as I mentioned, and we've moved up a next step where it looks like it's going to work, where we can actually go back and recover defaulted student payments from HERF funds. And we've been working with our outside legal counsel for HERF, and that will mean a significant, probably $6 or $7 million just to go back to the last 2 or 3 years that HERF will be impacting those students. And it does something for the students as well. It allows them to re-engage with HCC if they choose to. It allows them to have their transcript updated, and if there were any out there that didn't pay and couldn't graduate because of that, this will allow them to graduate. So we now begin to look at COVID and what that means for us. So just today, as we were working in the meeting, we've agreed to extend our purge or drop date a few days, about 3 days, to give people a chance to make the payments so we don't lose as many students for the spring semester. We are also fairly good position. We have approved by the board last month 3 leases. One is the first floor that's vacant in the Coleman Tower. Collectively, that'll bring in about $1.4 million, plus it will cover the operating expenses that we have been covering out of our pocket and put that space to use. Also, the warehouses, we have 2 leases that continue to be negotiated, and that covers not only our operating expenses that we have to pay, but also will be bringing in revenue. So we'll have 3 leases, and we're still working on the 3rd one for the warehouse. And if that one makes, that will completely lease the warehouse complex for us. And those will be 100% occupied. And that will be a great turnaround for those two assets. And then we're looking with another tenant on the Coleman Tower for perhaps a second floor. Total expenses year to date are 92.6, which is 24.9% of the budget, so we're right on time there with where we're supposed to be at first quarter. We received additional state funding of $1.187 million for the rock project, and we continue to design that, and we'll get another payment of similar size in fiscal 23. Actual salaries to date are for FY22 are $53.9 million, so we're at 24.7. We're exactly on budget for the quarter for payments for salaries and benefits. We did include in the budget this year, a reminder, a 2% merit increase for full-time and part-time staff, as we did not have one the prior year. And then, again, we're watching the inflation rate. I'm seeing the Fed's estimating about 5% so far for calendar year 22. We have kept in place the financial contingency plan, still at tier 1, which means a chill on hiring, and we're moving that to a heavy chill as we spoke with our executive team this past week, trying to make sure we're strong and working on reducing some of the staffing that we have in terms of vacant positions that have been vacant for a long time. We have continued to hire officers for HCC PD since they were so thin. We were spending a large amount of money in overtime, and hiring the officers to cover the shifts allows us to do that, plus have a safer system. Also looking at the HERF funding, we've got 2 more rounds with Joellen and her financial aid group. They will do 2 more offerings of the HERF dollars to be given out. When we do that, that will be the end of the HERF funding, and we've not heard any discussion about continued federal funding HERF or any other type. We expect to have all that spent. We still have some money left, about $30 million in the institutional fund. Some of that will be taken down by the tuition recovery that I mentioned, and some will be taken down by some projects that are brought forward. November 30th, December 1st last year, student enrollment was lower by about 3%. We're bobbing along about a little bit higher than where we were last year, and that was prior to this most recent red threat level, so we'll see what the impact from that is. With the uncertain enrollment, COVID fluctuations, we've got the HERF funding expiring in May 22. We're seeking yet another extension on that so that we can try to take that out through the rest of the fiscal year and possibly into fiscal year 23. And that would help us have some money and cover all of our expenses that we have paid out for COVID extra work to be recovered. Fiscal year 23 planning is in full motion, focused on revenues. Big focus this year I want to have on salaries and benefits. We're beginning ongoing budget presentations to the board next month, and we'll share the thoughts there. Monitoring the ISD advisor positions that we had. That was our #1 initiative for fiscal 22, and they're out in the ISDs in Fort Bend and HISD, and that is supposed to be a big impact for us moving into September of next year. Then fiscal 23, we're moving forward with that, again with the same conservative role that we had this past year that worked out well for us. It will be the first year, we're all aware of it, that there's no more HERF, there's no more federal funding. We don't want to see our state appropriations drop anymore, so we need to increase our enrollment also for that purpose. We want to have new programs. We have to look at the non-performing programs. We have to look at the strategic programs. CEC also discussed this past Monday that there probably will be very few initiatives brought forward. One you saw tonight, very strategic. Also a great thing for the students to have immediate employment. So bringing only those types. We don't expect to see a lot of projects coming to the board this fiscal 23. Programming for analysis for income. We have to keep the budget intact, and we're on a great track for the first quarter. we expect when the taxes roll in, that's when we see HCAD deliver on their promise. And again, just a thought, as we talk a lot about taxes, and I know it's late, so I've shortened this report up a little bit, but we talk about taxes, you have to think a little bit about what that is. The tax base is growing. It's about $250 billion in Harris County and Fort Bend County. And it's not just people's homes that are going up in value. It's also all the new homes that are being constructed. It's also all the new medical office buildings that are being constructed. It's all the new apartment complexes. I mean, there's thousands of them. And the commercial towers are back in favor. The retail development is still going on. The economy has not slowed down. Oil today is at $82, which is a recent high, which, that gets everybody excited in Houston, Texas. Now, how long that lasts, and maybe tomorrow it may be down to 72. But, we've got a lot of things, and next report I give to you, I'm going to go through about a 4-page list of external impacts we have that we're watching that don't normally occur in the world. And this is not like a hurricane. A hurricane, we know the drill. A cold freeze, we know the drill. We know what to do. We know how to handle that. We've had many of them in Houston, Texas. Pandemic, this is the first one I've been through. And so most of the business world has not seen that before. So we're frustrated by the undulation of the program as it goes forward. We hope to continue to be reactive to that and look at future. It's hard to forecast out into the future. So I'll conclude the executive summary with that. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hines. Any questions? Yes, Chair recognizes Trustee Glazier.
Thank you. You mentioned that, I guess the county went to level red again? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, where's that impact on our institution as far as in-person learning? Are we suspending it at this point? Are we going back to where we were before the last time?
We were going to begin back to in-person in January. That's been postponed until January 31st. The decision will be made by the academic team and the chancellor about whether we try to bring more people. Those same people that are no longer going to now be this month in person have been shifted over to online.
Right.
And online is just still a golden opportunity. With or without COVID, online is a tremendous growth opportunity. It's very efficient, and it covers a lot of programs. So,
yes. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Chair recognizes Trustee Wilson.
What is RROC? I'm sorry, I need to project.
Yes, sir. You've missed out on that. The Regional Recovery Operations Center is a program that used to be known as the Rising Water Swiftwater Program. It's to be located out at the Caldwell campus in Northeast College. And we received from the state of Texas appropriations 2 years ago, $2.5 million. And we just received another $2 million, and that's enough money to go through the design and get a permit. But we don't have all the materials in place. We have Mike Edwards now leading this group as the president of the college, and we're carrying that forward in the design of the 2 Rising Water Swiftwater. But we also have another consultant that looking at taking this program throughout the system to multiple colleges to use existing classrooms, so that we can start the program for first responders without having to build the facility all at one time.
We just voted on allocating about $1 million to remodel and get the medical programs going. To me, that would be a lot better allocation of the funds, just as a I know some of it is earmarked for certain things, and you can't do that, but I can see a bigger payback through our health sciences and that. Now, on the 3 leases, the first floor and the 2 over, or the first floor of the medical center, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does that cover you said that the operating expenses, is that a triple net, or over at the medical center, don't we pay like a $2 million fee a year to the Texas Medical Center for electricity and all that other stuff? Did I hear you say that was included?
Well, so the way the medical center is set up, it leases land, the 49 institutions there for $1 a year.
Right.
And then you buy not your utilities, electricity, but you buy your chilled water and steam through the world's largest energy production plant, which is called the Thermal Energy Cooperative, or TECO.
TECO, yeah.
And very well, run, very efficient. I don't think anyone can beat the cost by having their own central plant. So our buildings do take steam and chilled water from them. We buy our own electricity. We have both buildings on that. They also control all the parking, so we pay the parking, and then our students or our employees park there. We have a garage and a surface lot at that location. And then for the leases, we're collecting, I think it's $28.50 a square foot all in. So what that does is it gives us about $10.50 a foot that we're recovering our operating expenses. Those are currently coming out of our pocket every year. And even though the floors are vacant, we have 3 vacant floors. This would be a full floor lease. And so then you collect another $18.50, and then it escalates every year. And I think it's a 10-year lease, I recall, and 2 10-year renewal options. It's the University of Houston, and it's their healthcare administration program. So it's a very good fit, professional education going on right there. And it's not the first floor of the building, but it's the first of the vacant floors, the lowest floor. We have 3 floors vacant.
I need to catch up on what. So the total operating expenses aren't covered then. It's $10 and $18.50. So we still have some TECO expenses, and
They will cover those. Their utilities, their pro rata share of utilities. And the way commercial buildings work like that is that, they may lease 20,000. Let's just say, make the math easy, a building is 100,000 feet. They pay their pro rata share of the lobby. So if they're 20% of the lobby, they pay 20% of the cleaning, utilities, et cetera. So we're coming out way ahead by getting the utility covered, as well as all the operating expenses, and then getting rent on top of that.
okay. The end of the HERF, that's coming next year?
No, sir. We've totally
This-
expended. HERF 1, HERF 2 are completely expended and recovered and distributed to students. And we're on the last leg, which is HERF 3, was the largest one. And we have about, I think about $20 million left for financial aid to give out to our potential students. And then we have about $30 million in what they call institutional funds. And that's to cover, if I have to spend any money on things to take care of COVID or for our facilities, we get to recover that, or overtime that we have to pay, or signage, or whatever it is. And then we also get to recover, I mentioned, we're going to work on, probably successful with some of the aged student receivables that we probably won't ever get, so we can recover those. Then those students can re-engage, and that's another thing that we get recovered for. And they're going to recover the shortcut that we got in the state appropriations, the $4 million this year and next year. We'll recover that $4 million through HERF.
Did you say the tax base was 250 billion or 250 trillion?
Billion.
Okay. I've got a lot of questions. I need to catch up, but I apologize to the rest of the board for taking up this time. But I can see a storm coming, and or I kind of feel it or something. And getting a handle on our finances is going to be a number one priority in my mind, and I think this board's too, because we have to make decisions on how we allocate our money and what we spend it on, and we got to do it wisely.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time,
Thank you.
and
Thank
thank
you.
my trustees for dollars.
It's our pleasure. Any other discussion, questions? Okay, well, thank you for that, and
Thank
Chancellor, I
you.
guess we'll move forward with the next presentation. Is there a vote on this? Okay, so we're not, okay. Well, this is perfect. Okay. You're still waiting? All right. Well, thank you. And I want to say that I think we're all done. All right. So, the meeting, I guess, is, open session portion of this meeting is adjourned. All right, thank you.